Good morning, editor. How are you? Quick sound check. Obviously we're a little bit earlier than the published time. As you'll see on the horizon, it looks like our British Airways A321 is on short finals. Sorry, get the fingers working. So good morning to anybody else that's joined us a little bit ahead of our published start time. I thought I'd get here early enough to make sure the kit was in good order. Good morning, Ken Alloway, another early bird. Very well, thank you, mate. Hope you likewise. What a beautiful sky. It's one thing we do well at here, early morning skies. Some lovely vapour trails. So this indeed does look to be our British Airways A321. So she's a little bit early. I think last I'd looked she was due in at 8:33, a couple of minutes ahead of schedule. But, well, beautiful sight. It's one of those days here where when we were here on Wednesday, the temperatures were officially colder, I think, but today feels much colder. As you'll see, there's a good frost everywhere. I think the Met may have underestimated. I've got 3 of everything on. It's just your hands that feel it. Beautiful sight. Off to gate 3. Oh, that's interesting, Ken. Spotted the old fog. Mercifully, we haven't got that here. Now I can see somebody else on short final, so I'm going to have to get my act together and see what's happening on flight radar. Looks like our KLM flight is coming in early as well. So I suppose I'll have to apologise to our viewers that anyone that does turn up at the published time misses the first couple of incomers. But that's the nature of aviation, isn't it? Right, let's get the camera moving. Yeah, I'm delighted we've not got a problem with fog here today. It can get a bit foggy. And the trouble is when you set out, you kind of, you judge what you see out the window and what you see on the Met Office. And then after that, it's, well, it just is what it is. Anyway, here's our KLM incomer, all the way from Amsterdam. So this will be a Boeing 737. Oops, sorry about that. So just coming to the end of its 1 hour flight. That is I think I said on the broadcast on Wednesday, we definitely intend to do a stream from Schiphol. I know there's been quite a few streamers out there recently, but it's totally whetted my appetite. Yeah, I won't chase him on the Zoom yet. If you hear me blowing on my hands, that's because it's very necessary. Sorry about the acoustic quality. Nicely done. And as I'm fond of saying, these KLMs definitely shine up well in the morning light. They always look immaculate. Just fired off a quick snap there for the Twitter feed if you experience any stutter there. And again, can't resist it with the tower in the background. So next action, I'm anticipating, given the two early arrivals, should be this. Just train the camera. So this will be a EasyJet baby bus A319 off to Belfast. Supposed to go at 8:25, so clearly is running late. In fact, I can see somebody else on finals on the far horizon. So who would be the next arrival in? I would make that a Ryanair 73 from Dublin. Good morning, Mark from North Sky Aviation. Remind me, mate, are you on Twitter? I think last time I asked this you weren't. Well, anyway, if you are, let me know, because I've got some information I was going to share with you. I've got a feeling that the Flybe-8 that's looks like it's pinging might actually go out before the EasyJet. He's due out at 22:09, so he came in nice and early. Good morning, Dopey Gorp. Show wouldn't be the same without you, mate. Thanks for joining us. Just so you know, I think it was covered at the start of the stream, we've got the editor with us today. So where you see plain sailing in the chat, that's not me trying to do two things at once. That is our illustrious editor. So please do say hi. Okay, Mark, if you've got another way I could message you, do share it, and because what I've got I think is probably for both of our advantages, so it seems sensible to be collaborative. Another beautiful early morning arrival for our pleasure. Look at that. Nice contrails. So all three arrivals that were scheduled to overlap with the show have all come in early. Be interesting if that trend continues through the morning. Looks like this one's pulling up at gate 1. So in the race to be the first outgoer of the show, my money is on Flybe. So let's just pop the camera into the right place. No worries, doping up. I remember those days well. As of course does my editor. So looking over the horizon on finals from Geneva is the EasyJet arrival. So I'm thinking that's early as well. Should have been in at 9 o'clock, so everything seems to be running comfortably 10 to 15 minutes ahead. So that'll be an A320 Neo. Probably bringing people back from Davos. Well, perhaps not. Good morning, Peter E. Welcome to the show. Great to have you with us, mate. And good morning, Busboy. Great to have you with us, mate. Yes, it's great to have some local support on the stream. Oh, I've lost my wager. Good thing there was no money riding on it. Our baby bus is on its way. However, let's take ourselves round to the Geneva flight, which is lining up. There we go. When I looked at the scheduling, I thought, well, if everything comes in roughly when it says it is, we'll have a reasonably balanced show, because obviously it's more of a challenge at a regional airport, especially a smallish one. But hey ho, everybody's getting theirs in early. It's a sweet thing though, isn't it, when you're on a plane that's arriving early? See what kind of vapour we get. So A320 in, and slightly to the left of the image that you'll be looking at, the baby bus A319 is on his way out. Sorry, a bit urgent there. Just trying to catch the crossover between the two EasyJets. Good morning, Mark Webster. Thanks for joining us, mate. Hope you're in good fettle this morning. Well, the good news is we shouldn't be troubled by the sounds of the metro, which runs immediately behind me. When I parked up this morning at the metro station, the chap working there was very helpfully telling me, "You won't get a train today, mate," which I thought, well, that's okay, don't need one. But as I was walking down here, I thought, well, at least we wouldn't have the sound of the trains running. Bonus. Oops. Webbo it is, Mark. Glad to be introduced. A warm welcome to the show. Yeah, it just looks a little bit hazy now, so I'll not chase it any more than that. Winter sunshine here does have that sort of tendency. Not that it's a particularly long runway. Well, next out I can see in my peripheral vision will be a Jet 2 departure. 737 to somewhere. I'll have a look in a minute. Let's hope Gorp's got it covered off. No dallying, or even dillying for that matter. Right, let's see what's happening. Well, our Dash 8 hasn't gone very far. Good thing I'm not betting on horses. I think the Jet 2 might be a possibility. Looking at that extremely flaccid windsock. Absolutely windless. Thanks Dopey Gorp, off to Tenerife. Magical 70 degrees plus. How envious am I? Peter E, your son is entirely right. It is a British Airways A320 in Better World livery. So obviously we're looking forward to catching that. It's all sort of happening around then because we get the Emirates 777 in about the same time, if it runs on time. So that'll be good. We'll probably stick on another 10 minutes past the 12 o'clock to capture its departure as well. Seems the polite thing to do, doesn't it, if BA are going to go to the trouble of sending us a special livery. So, sort of having started the show slightly out of sequence, with getting up and running a bit earlier than the advertised time. Good morning and a very warm welcome from Plain Sailing Aviation. Oops. I'm Mark, your host, and you are watching live stream action from Newcastle International Airport. Great to have you with us. So hope everybody is well and enjoying the start to the weekend. Plenty of weekend to go at, isn't there, from the Saturday morning. Hopefully you've got a cup of tea, coffee, maybe there's even a bit of toast at the side of you. You have to start the day well, don't you? So anybody that's new to the channel, this the usual thing, please, if you like what you see, consider subscribing. We'd love to have you with us. If you like what you see, do hit the like button. Both things help us with YouTube, I think everybody knows that. And also, I'm told sharing the stream is also a good thing to help promote us. So all of those things really, and of course the notification bell, then you can be kept up to date with what we're actually about. I do try to put out community posts quite regularly with various bits and pieces. Some of them sort of follows up from things we've discussed on the stream or just awareness of what we're doing next. I think my Zoom motor needs a little bit of antifreeze in it. So as you can see, a nice cold crisp morning at Newcastle International Airport. Windless. I think it's officially around freezing at the minute, rising to around 3 degrees by noon. But as always, the feels like temperature is cooler. I can definitely verify that. So as with Wednesday's stream, planes are approaching from the east, so coming in over the North Sea. Which is broadly the direction that the camera's trained at the minute. So the winds were forecast to be a fairly polite 6 mile an hour, 5.2 knots, with some gusts and even more polite 17 mile an hour. Truth is, none of those things seem to be happening at the minute, which I guess is helping the acoustic quality. Here we go. I think he went out heavy. So here's our deboarding or deboarded EasyJet flight from Geneva. I'm not trained onto the Dash 8 yet because it's not quite such a fulsome picture. So I think, well, nothing's moving, and I'll cut off quickly if things change, but for anybody that's the benefit of anybody that's new, I'll just give us a quick airfield tour. Like I say, if anything starts moving, I'll jump off the tour. So, moving from left to right, the main terminal building. Very utility in appearance. I don't think that's a controversial point. Some planes that stand. Our very limp and flaccid windsock. Long may that continue for today. Unless of course we've got some interesting gusts. Here's the Emirates Tower. So for those who like their facts, 45 metres in height apparently. I've not measured it. I haven't got a long enough tape measure. Opened in September 2007 at a reported cost of 8 million quid, which sounds about the going rate for a super bit of kit like that. And if we zoom round, let's see what else we get. Fire station. So those of you that were with us on last week's Wednesday stream, they were running some kind of drill there, lots of black smoke belching out. I think they have 4 tenders there, certainly I observed 4 when I last passed the building. We've got some more squirreled away, and of course there's the fuselage that they practice their training on, or some of their training. So just pulling out, let's go down to the runway, and it's a single runway here. So it's runway 25 at the end that you're looking at for easterly arrivals, and the end I'm standing at would be 07. So the runway itself, 2,329 metres, I'm told, and apparently beyond the hedge line that you're looking at, there's a road. There's plans essentially that could permit an extension of 700 metres to that as part of the Airport Master Plan 2035. Whether that will come to fruition and they'll extend or not, I don't know. Sounds mightily expensive. So just zoom us out a little bit. And then on the right hand side, here we go. Sorry, I missed this in the morning sunlight. So we've got the business jet, or warehouses you're looking at the minute, and in the foreground you have Newcastle Aviation Academy. So they train in aeronautical engineering there, aviation operations and cabin crew. Behind there, I think roughly, is the business jet terminal. And also in that zone we've got the Northeast Flight Academy and the National Police Air Service, who have a chopper based here. I think we're overdue an appearance by the police helicopter. So that's a quick cant around. It'll take you an awful lot longer to walk it. The Dash 8 is on the move, as I reckon Dopey Gorp has probably said in the chat. There's me too busy admiring the scenery. There we go. Bit more action for plain sailing aviation, and of course you, our viewer. Although not seeing a huge amount of a Dash 8 at the minute. Hi Mark at North Sky. Okay mate, I'll be in touch later today. Just looking through the chat. Good morning Paul Anderson. Thanks for joining the stream. Hopefully you guys and girls are picking up the notes of our Dash 8. So we should be into a string of departures now really. Started off with the Flybe and then moving through Jet2, Ryanair, KLM. British Airways are due back out at 9:30, and as they came in on time, you'd like to think they'll go on time. So the Dash 8 is on the move. So the de Havilland Canada Dash 8, I believe this is a 400 iteration and is shortly to be taking off for Belfast. So in terms of airports, I understand on 2021 data, Newcastle was the 13th busiest in the UK, handling around approximately 832 k's worth of passengers. Much loved by us at Plain Sailing Aviation, our local airport, so it's always great to be here. So the relatively short flight to Belfast of around 40 minutes, give or take. Quite a civilised time to be travelling. So plenty of action still to come here at Newcastle International Airport. Top of the shop, the arrival of the Emirates 777 at around 11, fingers crossed, and the British Airways A320 in its Better World livery. So a couple of great planes to finish on. Although actually we'll finish on the Better World when it goes out, I think, battery permitting. And away we go. Good morning to you, Lewis, at London Plane Spotting. Great to have you with us, mate. How are you this fine sunny morning? Is it fine and sunny where you are? Gary Owen, thank you so much, mate. It's always good to know the sound works to a good level. Mist and fog tomorrow morning, Lewis. Does that affect your show? For those of you on the stream who don't know this, London Plane Spotting run a rather excellent Sunday Supreme show. I think you're due to kick off at 10 o'clock, is that correct, Lewis, tomorrow? Certainly where I'm going to be parked up. Oh, fog permitting. Let's just park up here on our Jet 2. Thank you, Dopey Gore. Yes, I can see the Ryanair now taxiing out, so he looks to be our next action. So unless I'm getting forgetful, this one should be on its way back to Dublin. Are you getting the bird song on the audio? I can hear it cheeping away in the background. Absolutely gorgeous. Could almost forget you at the airport. Looks like our Jet 2's on the move as well. No hanging about there, was there? Right, let's find our Jet 2 737. There you go. Sorry folks, I just slipped away for a quick swallow of water. So, good morning if you've recently joined us. I'm Mark, your host with Plain Sailing Aviation, live streaming from Newcastle International Airport. Thanks for joining us. Fantastically sunny, cold and crisp, which is not what the folks on this plane are probably expecting. So if you like what you see, please do hit that like button and also consider subscribing. Of course, hit the notification bell so that you know what we're up to. And all of these things help us with YouTube, so any support's much appreciated. Of course, if you're already with us or you've hit the like button, thank you very much. It's always appreciated. Our subscribers are everything to us. Kind of makes it worth turning out. There we go. and I can see out of the corner of my eye, I'm sure Dopey Gorp has flagged it in the chat, it looks like the KLM 737 to Amsterdam has just pushed back. Just see a third of a tail fin. And off she goes. Right, so there is our pinging KLM. I'll just lock the camera and have a quick drop into the chat. Looks like British Airways have fired up their A321. Well, certainly in terms of putting the transponder on. He's supposed to go out at 9:30. He's not going to make that, but hopefully he won't be much after that. So for those of you that are unfamiliar with Newcastle, Newcastle International Airport, the main airlines here are British Airways, KLM, Air France, Lufthansa, Aer Lingus, Flybe, Loganair and Eastern. They all fly scheduled services. As I'm speaking, I can see the A321 on its move, so let's just pick it up with the camera. There we go. We've obviously got the low-cost carriers Ryanair and EasyJet here. We've seen both of those in action this morning. And of course the holiday companies, Jet2, TUI. We're getting Aegean and Sun Express operating summer routes later this year, which will be great. Latest info on flight radar says that we currently service 38 airports here in 18 countries. So I'm assuming a number of those are connections, but we're part of that worldwide map. I keep hoping with the Saudi Arabians' ownership of Newcastle United that we'd start to see some Saudia action here. Kind of feels a gap for it. At least for live stream aviation channels. Good morning, Oakley. Thanks for joining the stream. Great to have you with us. Similarly, Les Donaldson. Great to have you back, mate. Hope you're keeping well. We're just waiting for this British Airways 321 to go out. He's just pushed back, so I'm thinking he'll be on the move shortly. Tell you something that caught my eye just while we're filling out time between movements. I don't know amongst you who looks at Flight International. January's edition I bought, and there was a little article about the replacement for Concorde. So I'm sure many of you will be aware that it's been some time since Concorde flew. Apparently it's 20 years this year since the last Concorde flight. And there's a company called Boom Technologies which are developing the successor to Concorde. Whether it actually comes to fruition or not will be interesting. So yeah, it just caught my eye that. It certainly looks very futuristic. And certainly I think I can speak for everybody when I say that the skies are poorer without Concorde in it. Certainly as a young child, watching those early Concorde flights used to make my day. 2029 though, apparently, is where they've got the first flight penciled in for. So let's just see how that hangs. I'm not quite sure how that squares away with the direction of travel on aviation fuels and so forth. It's all about greening now, isn't it, rather than raw performance. But interesting nevertheless. What do folks think? Good morning, quickening cat. Couldn't get my words out there. How's things in New Zealand this morning? So we've just passed through the first hour of the show. Thank you for joining us. For those who've just joined us, I'm Mark, your host from Plain Sailing Aviation. Great to have you with us. Here catching the sunny action at Newcastle International Airport. You are watching a British Airways A321 off to London Heathrow. Very much a windless day here, as you can see with the windsock in front of you. So I don't know if we have Jeffrey Dingle in the chat. For those of you who follow the community posts will see that after Jeffrey's reminiscence about the Avro 748 that he used to commute in, I managed to obtain a picture which I posted up, which I hope people have enjoyed. Certainly the feedback I've seen looked favourable. The other picture I'd promised, an Airspeed Envoy, which was the plane that landed here as part of the first commercial service at Newcastle International Airport. I've not quite got as far forward on that. I've requested an image from somebody's collection, they just haven't got back to me yet. So hopefully I'll be able to pop that out in due course. You can't beat a spot of the old nostalgia, can you? Reading between the lines, I would imagine they're a bit tight on staffing at the airport. The planes that are coming in early and going out late, and certainly when I flew out from here last week, that was the cause to the delayed departure. So next action from us will be a live stream from Edinburgh. It will be a midweek one, all things being equal. I'll pop out a community post to confirm that once we've got certainty on day and date and all that. So please do look out for that one. Although we've done a number of tests from Edinburgh, and of course we were there last week, we haven't done anything midweek, I don't think. So that should bring some interesting new angles. Here we go, no ceremony. Relatively short hop of about an hour to Heathrow. Well, the good news, apart from my camera having slipped on its mount, just correcting that, is that the KLM 737 is moving. So let's train the camera in anticipation and see what's occurring in the chat. Yeah, see you next time out, Lewis. Thanks for joining us, mate. Really appreciated the support you've shown by joining us. Look forward to your show on Sunday. Well, I'll be jiggered. It started moving and now it seems to have stopped. Time enough for a quick drink, I think. Hi Ken, no, I've not had a chance to have a look yet, but I will be. Definitely. There's two things I really enjoy, well, more than two, but Boeing 747s and special liveries. I suppose if you wrap that up with an appearance at Press Week, you've got a great package. So yeah, I will have a look, mate. Cheers for the heads up on that one. Definitely want to get up there May, June time. Well, not live stream, but we will look to do some feature footage from there. You get some really interesting stuff. So while we're waiting, let's just have a look and see how our 777 is faring. It's not due until 11:20. Yeah, as I was sort of anticipating, it's running a little bit behind, so 11:30 on that. Super. So in terms of other incoming action, the Ryanair Barcelona flight is delayed, so that'll be in just after 10. Lufthansa running late from Frankfurt, so 10:42. And Air France not yet left the deck, so okay, gives a sense of what's coming. In which case we're going to go with the EasyJet that's pushing back here. So this one is on its way back to Geneva. Right, we should be on the move. See, the breeze is picking up a little bit, gentle as it still is. That should be a southeasterly. Well, I can't but help wonder what's holding the KLM 737 up. I'm looking around the terminal, it's the only plane that's still in. It had pushed back and turned, but for some reason it's come to a rest. So for anybody that is just joining the stream, welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. I'm Mark, your host. You are here live at Newcastle International Airport on a beautifully crisp, cold, largely windless January morning. So welcome. Hopefully you've got a cup of tea or coffee close to hand, possibly some toast. Kind of things I quite like, to be honest. They find a way to watch planes, is there? And a cup of tea in hand and a piece of toast. Well, possibly a bacon butty. Well, looks like he's going out short. Obviously not sold many tickets for the return flight to Geneva. Oh, I've not had one of those for a while. Here we go. Oh dear, rather looks like he's returning to the terminal. That'll be frustrating for all on board, won't it? Of course, if it's a safety matter, you know, you can't take chances with safety, obviously. So if you are just joining us, this plane was departing to Geneva, but has returned to the terminal building for reasons unknown. Although he's going back to a different gate this time. And I can see a fire tender. Let's just bring the camera around. So standard procedure, no doubt. As they've only dispatched the one tender, so I think it's more about standard operating procedure. Seems to be a fairly steady rate of approach. Not sure what vehicle's following the tender. Let's have a look. I am going to be entirely honest and say I have not one clue what that is, so if anybody is wiser, please do let me know in the chat. Meantime, let's just track back to the engine. Bring it back to the plane. Let's just rest the camera here for a minute. Take stock of our situation and have a look at the chat. Good morning, Happy Day and Keith Winter. Thank you both for joining us this morning as we live stream from Newcastle International Airport. That's an interesting shout. Quickening cat, sweeping truck. Kind of looked a bit snowplowish on the front. Let's just bring the camera to the left, back to the truck, the tender, should I say. So fire crew going on board. So I had a response bag in one hand. I can see a plane on the far horizon lining up, which I think will be the Ryanair arrival from Barcelona. I don't know if Dorpy Gorp's called that in the chat. Good morning, Graham Thompson. Glad you're loving it. We're loving having you with us. How near to the airport are you? Well, that's an interesting spot, Les, the puff of smoke from the engine. I'd not managed to pick that up from my viewfinder, so yeah, great spot, mate. So what was I saying? I was saying we had I thought it was Ryanair, and yes it is. It's the incoming Barcelona flight, which is a Boeing 737. I think the outward movement on this is straight back to Barcelona as well. A neat little symmetry. I'm sorry if you're picking up a little bit more rustling than on previous streams. I've just bought a new coat and it's a little bit stiffer than my previous one. It's warmer though, so there's always an upside. So here we are. I'm not chasing too hard. It looks a bit hazy on the far horizon. Either which way, these good folks are on their way back to Newcastle from Barcelona. So is anybody able to tell me in the chat whether the KLM 737 is still pinging? Some lovely wispy vapour trails. That frost is still laying good and thick, isn't it? So folks, the old thing, if you like what you see, please do hit the like button. Consider subscribing if you're not already subscribed, and of course hit that notification bell so you can stay up to date with anything that we're putting out, from community posts to feature footage. Editors in the stream today. I'm not sure what we've got that's going out by way of publication. Don't know if you have anything to say there, editor, or should I say Ed. Certainly our next live stream action will be a midweek one from Edinburgh. I'll firm the date up in due course, but looking forward to that. Right, while the Ryanair is awaiting his gate, let's just drop back onto our EasyJet. Keith, a bag of crisps would go down great at the minute. Cheese and onion or prawn cocktail, either. But no mate, sadly I can report it's not crisps. Oh, thanks Dopey Gorp. Are other people getting any lag? I'm not seeing much by the way of drop frames at this end. Certainly when I did the speed test earlier on, the numbers were good. However, things don't stay still for long, do they? Mobile technology and all that. But it could be the static off my coat when I'm busy rustling it. Well, the fire tender and that other truck, as Quitting Cat called it, the sweeper truck, or whatever it is, they've peeled away now from the terminal building. So I'm guessing their work is done. I think they're making way so the Ryanair jet can park up. So hopefully all is well on board that EasyJet plane. if by slim chance you are sitting on that A320 EasyJet flight from Geneva and you've joined us on Plain Sailing Aviation for this live stream, please do let us know in the chat why you've returned. Slim odds, I know, but you never know. Let's watch a counting. Stop. So our next arrival in is a Lufthansa CRJ 900 long range, which was due in at 10 past. Apparently now will be in at 10:35. So we've sort of moved from arrivals coming in good and early to everything being a little bit late. So hazards of live broadcast, I suppose, and of course aviation travel. Let's move the camera back. So one of the things that we will be popping out this week is my introduction video, which I shot at Heathrow last week. Went kind of out of sequence because of the weather and the need to bring the stream forward by a day. So the original plan was to produce an introductory video so I could introduce myself and then launch the live stream. But we ended up putting the cart before the horse and ended up doing the intro video instead of a prequel, more of a post-quill. Anyway, by the by, thoroughly unscripted affair, but I thought it was quite important to introduce myself properly. So there's a short video which will pop out next week at some point. We'll do it through a community post, just my way of saying hi really. Otherwise I'm just somebody who chats behind the camera. Of course I'm relying on the editor to polish me up a little bit. Sorry, Les. I've only just seen your post. Yeah, I've missed that Turkish flight to Edinburgh. Sorry, mate. I'll try to be a bit more alert. There's plenty of blue sky. So I'll just rotate the camera around just to give you some fresh view. Sorry, we've hit a little bit of a hiatus. Oh, it's another vehicle scooting along here. What's this fella up to? Snowplow. Well, amongst other things. To be honest, I thought I'd see a lot more de-icing type action when I first set up this morning. There's our Emirates Tower. As discussed earlier, all 45 metres in height. Opened in 2007. Best view in the house. Periodically the airport posts tweets that have pictures that have been taken from there. Looks fantastic. So they look to still be deboarding the Ryanair flight from Barcelona. Guessing the knock-on to this will be a later departure. I'm guessing we'll still be on air. Good morning, Josies, if I've pronounced your name correctly. All the way from Kenya, if I've read the chat correctly. Welcome to the stream. Ken Alloway, what are you like? I can almost smell bacon now you've posted that image in my head. And crispy bacon, oh man. Saying that, that's the way to enjoy a stream. Oh, I can see a light aircraft taxiing out, so we have some action, folks. A super tiddler for us. I'm not sure what that is. Any of the Hawkeyes in the chat? If you do, please say. I think the flying school use Pipers, Piper Warriors. Don't think he'll be hanging about. Up and away. Super stuff. So let's just see if our Ryanair is progressing the deboarding. Looks very much that way. Not to bother, Les. Been great to have you with us, mate. See you next time out, hopefully. Good morning, Political Bias. How goes it with you, my friend? So anybody that's joined the show recently, I'm Mark, your host from Plain Sailing Aviation. You are at a cold and crisp Newcastle Airport. Although we've hit a quiet spot, perils of live broadcast, we do have plenty more action to show you between now and the end of the show, which will be around 12 o'clock. Although we do plan actually to stay on for an extra 10 minutes to capture the departure of the British Airways A320 in its Better World livery. It's quite eye-catching. I know it's well seen around UK airports, but certainly it seems too good an opportunity to pass up, so we'll stay and catch him. Going to adjust the camera stand slightly, so apologies if you get a bit of disturbance on the picture. It's interesting, when I levelled the tripod up, the ground obviously was rock hard, but it seems to have softened directly under the tripod feet. Here we go. We're going to have another go. So superb. Let's get a bit closer to the tug. And we still have a KLM 737, which by my last count was still somewhere on the other side of the terminal building. Well, that's interesting, doping up. Perhaps they need to divert it here. We'll be happy to catch it. So here we are, our delayed Geneva flight, EasyJet A320. Should have departed at 20 to 10, so bearing on hard towards a couple of hours late. Not quite there yet, but oh, we've got a wriggle on now. I think I'd seen somewhere that EasyJet had got a sale on at the minute. Point of interest, kind of figuring out the feasibility of doing a stream from Bristol, and with Bristol connections from Newcastle through EasyJet, something we'll have a closer look at. So we'll keep you posted on that. Same with the Dublin stream that we are looking to do. Do you know what? I'm going to peel away. I think our light aircraft is on his way back. Sorry folks, he probably looks more like a UFO. However, we counted him out, we'll count him back. Sorry, the picture will be a little bit fuzzy. It's one of those hazy days at the far end. And of course there's relatively little plane to aim at. Oh, we're off again. Yay! Right, back to our departing A320. Quick look at the chat. What do you think, Mark, to the potential of Bristol for filming? I'm kind of guessing you get some decent views out over the estuary, Bristol Channel. Just looking at that windsock, it looks blowier at the back end of the airfield than it is nearer the terminal building. And away we go. And there goes our returning fire truck, tender, and our general sweeper up mobile. For those of you who remember Thunderbirds back in the day, it looks like something that might have come out of the pod on Thunderbirds 2. At least I think it was Thunderbirds 2. Right, back to the terminal building while I have a quick look in the chat. Ooh, looks like our Barcelona Ryanair flight is boarding. Those happy souls. Getting ready for their sombreros. And I can see a plane on the far horizon lining up. I'm not sure if it's that light aircraft. What does Dopey Gorp say? Thank you, Dopey Gorp. Lufthansa CRJ 900. 1 hour 21 minutes from Frankfurt. Now that's a classy airport. Had the pleasure of going there just before the pandemic, and that's another one we're quite keen to go and film from. Sorry folks, cold fingers and all that. So a little bit of background info on the CRJ 900. First flight. Do you know, I've just missed that touch and go. Sorry folks. First flight, 21st of February 2001. Finished production in 2020. Apparently the production line in Montreal is now given over to Airbus and the production of the A220. So if I remember correctly, this is in the modern contemporary Lufthansa livery. It's one of those where I like both. Nicely done. Oh no, I'm incorrect. That's the regional Lufthansa livery. Sure, that's a plane switch or an out-of-date picture I'd used on flight radar. Anyway, it's what it is. So, if you've recently joined the show, I'm Mark from Plain Sailing Aviation. Welcome to Newcastle International Airport. Great to have you with us this morning. You are watching a Lufthansa CRJ 900 long range. Just arrived from Frankfurt. A bit later than scripted. So as always, if you like what you see, please do hit the like button. If you've not yet subscribed and you like what you see, please do consider subscribing. Fantastic to have you with us. So hopefully you're all enjoying the weekend. And if you are actually due to work this weekend, you do have my commiserations, but hopefully you'll get that time back in the week. Hi Keith, welcome back. Great to have you back with us, mate. I'm just watching a unmarked flight on flight radar. I'm sure you guys and girls can see it. It's just tagged GBFID. Moving along at 91 knots, 1700 feet and so. Wondering where he's going. I would imagine tracking at that height might be a chance he's popping in here. I suppose Teesside would be the alternative. So in the meantime, let's train in on the deboarding action with our Lufthansa regional. Be interesting how full this plane is. So looking at the incomers, it looks like our Air France arrival has been delayed from 10:35 to 11:07. Loganair is also running late, should have been in at 22. Oop, can I see a light aircraft touching and going? Let's have a look. Of course. See how we do this time. Is he going up again? Yes. You know what this puts me in mind of, and those of you that are of a similar age probably have the same reflection, Dickie Davies and World of Sport. You could just imagine a banner being trailed off the back of that plane. Of course, if you don't remember that, you're very lucky. I would hum out the tune, but no, I don't think I'll do that. Here we go. Ken, I'm delighted you enjoyed that breakfast. It's just what I most fancy right now. Thanks, Dopey Gorp. 50 minutes out then for the 777. So as is generally the case, he's running late. So it does rather look like Loganair, and the Embraer 145 will be our next arrival, just as we turn 11. Yeah, those were the days, Ken. wrestling from Walsall Town Hall, Mick McManus, Big Daddy, Giant Haystacks. Let's take it to a slightly better view of the plane. I can't think our Barcelona 737 will be far from pushing back. So anybody doing anything amazing over the weekend or in the week ahead? You can't beat that Saturday feeling, can you? Hi Quickening Cat. I would say yes with this particular type. I filmed it on a number of occasions and they always use the built-in steps. All very exec. You have made me smile, Ken. Hi Keith, Jackie Paolo, is that another wrestler? So the Ryanair flight is pinging and pushing back. So we have some action, folks. So sit tight. There you go. And I think our World of Sport Piper Warrior or similar is back round for another touch and go. So let's see how he does. I did say I wasn't going to do that, didn't I? Sorry. Now, is he staying or is he going? I say go. Yeah. He's having a whale of a time. Lovely job. Where's our Ryanair gone? So good morning, if you've just joined us, you are looking at Ryanair's Boeing 737 taxiing out on its way to Barcelona, here live at Newcastle International Airport. Thank you for joining us, and for those of you who are still with us, thanks for being with us on this most sunny of Saturday mornings. So as we approach the top of the hour, we have a Loganair incoming flight from Southampton, an Embraer 145. Not be too far off now. And of course we've still got the stars of the show to come, the Emirates 777, which is running a little bit late, but will come during the remaining portion of the show. And British Airways A320 in its Better World livery. So a couple of things to brighten up the morning. That's just one thing I just don't think we have enough of in the UK, and others may disagree, but I just think we're light on special livery. Oh, I think our light aircraft is coming round on a tight circuit. We'll track him down. I'd imagine you'd have to get a wriggle on. As you see in the background, our Ryanair is lining up, or about to, so we'll stay with the action. Well, with the light aircraft now safely packed away, the runway is clear. Okay, I see something approaching, which, without having a look in the chat, I'm guessing Dopey Gorp has called as the incoming Loganair. There we go. Sorry folks, my glasses are steamed up. So a mere speck on our horizon at the minute. So the Embraer ERJ 145 first flew in August 1995, and apparently 1,213 of these airframes were manufactured and sold. This particular one is, according to Flight Radar, 23 years old. Nice plume of rubber smoke. Once we have this one safely parked up, I'm just going to do a quick battery check, folks. These colder days are a little bit harder on the old electricity. So we should be making for gate 1, I'm guessing. Which, as you'll see, kind of takes it from view. So let's go back to our CRJ. Oh, but I can see something else on the horizon. I'm guessing Dopey Gulp will have called this one in the chat. Sorry Dopey Gulp, I'm not keeping up with events. Try as I might. Battery situation is good, so I'll not swap over yet. Is this our Air France, I wonder? All the way from Charles de Gaulle Airport, Paris. You see, as critical as I am of the Air France hop livery, I do like the classic Air France look. So I'm guessing, by recollection, this is an Embraer 190. Looks a treat. Just thought I'd snap that for the Twitter feed. Sorry if it made your frames stutter. Thanks, Ken. That's you and I both then on the Air France classic livery. So I've just noted in the chat the KLM that Dopey Gorp had spotted doing circuits at Darlington still seems to be there. That'll be interesting. If it's a ground related issue, I wonder if they'll divert here. Good morning, Alistair Blackley. Sorry mate, I missed you in the chat. Good morning to you, sir. How are you this fine morning? I'm guessing it's nice and cold up around Edinburgh. So if you've just joined us, I'm Mark from Plain Sailing Aviation. Welcome to our live stream from Newcastle International Airport. We're into the last hour of the show. And during that hour, we expect to see the Emirates 777 from Dubai and the British Airways special liveried A320, which carries their Better World colours. So fantastic you can join us, and for those of you who've been here throughout, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to spend the morning with you. Yes, I've just looked at flight radar, Dopey Gorp. You're right, that's an awful lot of circuits. No glitch. And it looks as well like we have a Boeing C-17A Globemaster. Currently at 30,000 feet from Ramstein, which I think is Germany. Not sure where he's heading. Could be Prestwick, you never know. I'll keep my eye out for that in case there's a chance of shooting him as he goes over. Doors are closed on this Lufthansa, so fingers crossed they'll not be too long. So just another plug for next action up. That will be Edinburgh for a live stream midweek. So do look out for further comms on that. It's like they're just making ready. Piccadilly Circus down there. So it looks like they sent the gritter out. Certainly not ploughing the tarmac. He's going across to the business part. Well, it kind of looks like KLM are having a bad hair day. Their 9:25 departure from here is now forecast to go out at 10 past 11. And bearing in mind it is 10 past 11, I'm not putting much store on that. And we have the one doing circuits at Darlington. So all in all, KLM are certainly having a tricky morning, certainly in this part of the world. Well, the Lufthansa you are looking at the minute, the CRJ 900, sorry, get my words out, should have gone at 10 to 11, so it was late in, so it's no surprise he's late out. Into flight radar, estimated to have gone 5 minutes ago. So clearly that moment's passed, but he's pinging. So stand ready, we have some action. So hopefully this plane will be on the move imminently. So a quick look down the track. British Airways, their A320, Better World livery, due in about 11:22. So not many minutes away. The Emirates triple, 11:26. And we have a Chewy Fly that is due in at 5 to 12. unknown, it says here, in terms of arrival time, so we'll see how that works out. Certainly we hope to be here to capture the BA Better World livery departure at 12:10, and then we'll draw the show to a close. So we're well into the last hour now, so thank you for joining us at Plain Sailing Aviation. That's interesting, Dopey Gorp. Wonder where he's heading. This all seems rather slow but sure, doesn't it? Well, the good news is our Better World livery seems to be well on track. I think when the stream finishes, first act is to pop into Greg's and get myself a bacon roll. I'll blame Ken Alloway for that. It's amazing, once you put the idea of food in your head, it's hard to push it out. Thanks Mark at North Sky, we'll stand by on that one. Looks like the last half hour of the show, 45 minutes or so, is going to be busier. So please do stay with us, it's great having you with us. If you like what you see, as the saying goes, please do hit that like button. "73 likes. It'd be fantastic if we could get north of 100 by the close of the show. Thank you for everyone that has liked us. In the meantime, let's get ready to like this BA Better World livery. I quite enjoyed the BEA retro that was flying until relatively recently. I have this notion that BA had a BOAC retro livery for a bit. I'm sure someone in the chat can put me straight on that. I mean, that's my all-time favourite livery, is BOAC. Classic and classy. Anybody else got strong feelings on favourite liveries ever? All-time greats and all that? Ah, fog at Darlington. It's almost crackers, isn't it? I don't know what the distance or the difference is between here and there. 50 miles perhaps? Maybe less. It's a gorgeous sunny day. Doesn't even feel cold anymore. As our Lufthansa flight pushes back. Still a fairly lifeless windsock. You can probably hear the bird patrol in the background. Half a dozen crows being scared off. They've moved all of 25 yards. And I've got eyes on with the incoming BA flight. So stand by, folks. Sorry about the noise in the background. I'm just going for a battery switch over. Battery switched over. Away we go. Sorry folks, I inadvertently disconnected my microphone, well, my headphone more accurately. Right, let's go to the BA arrival. All the way from Heathrow. All looks so serene, hanging on the breeze. So this plane is very much BA's visual representation of their commitment to reducing their carbon footprint and sustainability. I think it was originally launched to coincide with COP26, if I remember it correctly. Certainly an attractive livery. And I can see somebody else. I can see two more coming in. I won't have time to look to the chat, but I'm going to guess that our KLM Darlow flight might be at least one of these two planes. In fact, somebody has just, our Lufthansa has just taken off. Sorry folks. That's our outgoer. And this is indeed our diverted Darlington flight. We still have a significantly overdue KLM flight here at Newcastle as well. So a spot of bonus footage and a bus ride for everybody on that plane. And lined up behind is our Emirates 777, unless I'm much mistaken. I'm thinking this must be the Embraer 175. Very smart. Right, let's go and pick our triple up. Fantastic wingspan. 64.8 metres, I'm told. So this is a daily service by Emirates from Dubai. We should get a good close up here. He tends to roll out long. So the best part of 74 metres long. Jolly well looks it. Certainly an impressive sight. So what's occurring in the chat? Thank you, Ken Alloway. I think the weather conditions here today have really lent a hand with picture clarity, but thanks, mate. Just looking along. Good morning, Zane Dad. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. And Dopey Gorp. Oh yeah, so Manchester getting diverts from Leeds. We could do with a piece of that. Keith, it is my pleasure. I'm hoping to run till 10 past 12. I appreciate the action won't be as intense, but that's the nature of filming at a regional airport. Fits and starts. There's still that KLM 73 that is on the other side of the terminal that is well overdue, but he's not pinging yet. But the British Airways Better World livery plane should go out on time, you'd like to think. So 82 likes. Be fantastic if we could nudge that number on to the 100. Either which way, it's been my pleasure to stream from Newcastle for you today. If you are new to us and you've not yet subscribed, please give it some thought, because we would love to have you with us. Next action, definitely going to be Edinburgh this week, so look out for a community post. And of course, if you hit that notify button, you'll not miss out on anything that we put out. Oh, sorry, Ken, to hear the Globemaster went onwards. I thought there might be a shot for Prestwick, but hey ho. Certainly, I don't think I had any luck with the Globemaster that was here midweek, the Kuwaiti Air Force one. I really thought that would go out during the course of the show. Didn't go out to the following day, apparently. So let's have a look where this Chewy plane is. So it is a Boeing 737 on its way in from Geneva. So I'm guessing ski trippers. And let's see where he is. Just leaving France, or approaching the coast. So I can't see him being here during the show. So interestingly enough, our British Airways Better World plane is still pinging. I guess that augurs well. Still listed to go at 12:10. And of course our Air France Embraer 190 is due to go. Not pinging yet, but due to go out at 12:20. So we have that to look forward to. And it's now saying that the KLM 925 that's been significantly delayed, it now has unknowns showing. So not clear what the prognosis is there. Thank you, Mark at North Sky Aviation. Appreciate your kind support, mate. I'm okay on battery, Ken. I've acquired a second battery, so I did the switch over just before the triple came in. Or was it the Better World one? I can't remember now. Either which way, my bottle went when it came to chancing not switching the batteries before the arrivals. So we're looking good on that. Just arcing the camera around. Just bear with me. Not sure what this is, but let's have a look. See something overflying. Unfortunately, the sun is kind of preventing me from zoning in on it. Sorry, folks. To be fair, the sun feels pretty strong now. Certainly making light work of the frost. That'll be what that is, Ken. Lufthansa 74, which is on my bucket list. I think most of us will have at some time watched one of the LA streams or both, and the Boeing 747, the Lufthansa 747, is definitely one that I want to fly on. There's not that many now that are running passenger service, is there? Yeah, I just wouldn't be able to get on that. The sun's literally beating straight back. Smashing. What do they call it on airline videos? Yankee Tangy? Or something similar. Sorry, Ken, I couldn't even tell that I did have it. All I got was watering eyes for my troubles. Well, the good news is the Air France Embraer 190 looks to have pushed back and turned. So he is literally the other side of the terminal building. You can see a third of a tail fin. So action imminent, folks. Do stay with us as we come towards the end of the show. Only 15 more likes needed for the 100. Please give us that like, share the love. And our Air France plane is on the move. In fact, he's going at a fair clip. I usually pass the accolade to KLM that they taxi at the greater speed. This guy's going well, although I think KLM would probably still have him in his pocket. Hopefully we'll get to see that divert depart as well. That would be a result. So, having completed a battery change to keep the laptop ticking over, I think when this one goes, I'll change the camcorder battery as well. Can't have things dying. Just going back to that Lufthansa 747, you've got to hand it to them. They've got the 74 still in service. Last I looked, the A340 still in service. They seem to have slices of all kinds of partnerships with other airlines. I think I saw something in the news that they were buying or looking to buy a minority stake in ITA, the Italian registered, or is it Irish registered Italian airline? I can never remember. Distinctive for their blue planes. Well, apparently Lufthansa are interested in buying a minority stake. So this plane is off to Paris Charles de Gaulle. Very sleek lines on the Embraer, isn't it? Very sleek. So away we go. Sorry folks, caught my knee on the tripod as I was traversing for that. So just rest the camera on our 7.4. There's like an army of people on that stairwell. Let's see if it is. Look at that. the logistics of turning these planes round, especially the triple, a lot of people involved. It's not a dumb question, Keith. I'm guessing they go on a bus. I'm probably jinx things now, but I'm fairly fortuitous. I don't think I've ever been diverted anywhere previously. I think there was once when we went to Madeira where we were temporarily diverted to Santa Porto. I'm not sure, memory's not what it was, because Madeira was fog bound briefly. Bit of light aviation traffic for us. Be Dickie Davis and his World of Sport. Here we are. Ready for the turn. Whee! So we'll just rest the camera on our British Airways Better World livery. She sure catches the light well there. Yes, quickening cat, definitely a tiddler. Good morning, Yin 777. Welcome to our live stream from Newcastle International. Great to have you, mate. You have made me smile, Dopey Gorp. Yeah, you'll know if it's heading towards me. You'll hear the sounds of much scurrying at this end. I think he was giving us some extra entertainment. So at the minute, no transponders active. So the BA1 must have switched his off. So I suppose checking on our incoming Chewy flight might be the thing to do. So, our incoming Chewy flight looks to be somewhere near Cambridge. Flight radar says it'll be here in 12 minutes. I'm thinking 12 minutes might be a tad optimistic. But he's on his way. So the plane you are looking at should be going out in the next 10. We have a KLM Embraer 175, which was a divert from Darlington, which is the other side of the terminal. I've just spotted Dickie Davis back round completing his first circuit, so let's just see how exciting he can make this look. I think he's clocked us. There he is. I'm thinking actually we could probably do with one of those trailer banners for plain sailing aviation. You know, the kind of one that says our next live stream is. I'm sure some of the bigger channels have probably thought of that. Right, touch and go anticipated. Bang. Come on, go up, you know you wanna. Yay. Don't know if you can hear him in the background, but our tiddler's giving it plenty of revs. So our chewy Boeing 737 from Geneva, going to flight radar, due in best part of 12 minutes. Still pretty sceptical on that one, but she's on her way. We are certainly expecting this British Airways A320 to London Heathrow to push back in the next 6 minutes or so. Yeah, I can't go for the wave yet, Ken, until I've done my big reveal intro or post-quill introduction video. After that, I think what I'll do at the end of each broadcast, I'll face the audience, say goodbye and all that, say thank you. Yeah, I got a feeling, Dopey Gorp, the pilot will probably want to see whether he can track down the stream. I mean, to be fair, I can't say I blame him. As enjoyable it must be to fly the plane, you don't actually see yourself doing it, do you? Right, for my next feat, it'll rather sound like I've got that packet of crisps out, which I haven't got. I'm just going to swap the camera battery over. It tells me I have 10 minutes left, but generally when you get down into the very last bit it can fall off a cliff, and I really wouldn't want to let you down on this Better World departure. So the screen will go blank, but we're still up. And there you go, back up. Wasn't quite Red Bull pit stop quality. And our tiddler's back, I can't believe it. I've become very unobservant. And away we go for another circuit. Well, wiggle your wings. Round he goes again. So let's see how they're looking with the turnaround of the Emirates 777. We'll not be here to cover that one. Goes back around 1 o'clock-ish. But we are hoping to catch the departure of the British Airways A320 Better World livery to London Heathrow. Yeah, I think I can make it out, Ken, the Chewy that's bound for Edinburgh. Let's see if I can get some of this. It's just so hard to actually see what you're doing because the sun's smacking your face. So I reckon that might be it. It's going to be a grainy shot at that level of zoom though, I'm afraid. Looks more like a Apollo mission. So, what's happening at Newcastle? Our little tiddler, World of Sport, I think. Oh, my flight radar's just refreshed on me. I was gonna say a Beech 200C Super King Air. At the minute, apparently, he's tazzing along at 400 feet at 126 knots. Bit murky out there. Is he staying or is he going? I think he's staying. Oh, this is something different, isn't it? Ah, he's giving way to something else coming out. There you go. Finishing the show with a flurry of tiddler action. All audiences catered for at Newcastle International Airport with plain sailing aviation. So he's going to scoot away. All ready to rock and roll. And unless that's an optical illusion, it looks like British Airways are on the move, folks. So the show's finale is in train. So the last segment of the show, folks. Thank you to everybody that's been with us today and still with us. So as always, for anyone that's yet to do so, please do hit the like button if you've liked what you've seen. Boost us with YouTube and consider subscribing if you've not already. We'd love to have you with us. Those who are already with us, thank you so much. It really is appreciated, and I can't overstate that. So it looks like this will be the last action. I don't think KLM are going to indulge us with a departure. Oh, my tiddler's popped in again and gone. You'll hear the sound in a minute. I agree with Ken, it is gorgeous. Thanks to Alistair Blackley. 7 more to 100. Thanks for your support, folks, and Alistair, thank you for pushing that one. Be nice to finish on a nice round number. Zane Dad, KLM inbound from Amsterdam. Not sure how far out that one would be. I'd stick around for anything imminent, and you're right. By jingo, I'm sticking around for this one. Due in 3 minutes. Thanks for keeping me straight there, Zane. So I'll leave the camera trained on our better world and keep my right. Oh, we've got something else coming out. Tell you what, let's go and have a look and see what we've got here. It's another tiddler. I think the Flying Club are having a jamboree this afternoon. But this can warm us up for the KLM arrival. Well, the good news is I have visual now with our KLM incoming Embraer. So we should have the best of all worlds here, I think. We'll take the tiddler departure. Ooh, and we've got British Airways taxiing out. I'm going to have to cut to that, folks, because I'm a special livery enthusiast. And I know many of you are too, so you'll get the best of both worlds here. Some noise off the tiddler. In fact, I think we can have our cake and eat it. So for Newcastle, it'll be something of a KLM convention with the one that's about to land. That'll be 3 on the deck at the same time here with the Darlow diversion. Pretty unusual. Still, it'll give the pilots some company in the staff mess. Right, let's go to the KLM. I'm guessing our Chewy 737 from Geneva, if I remember correctly. Can't be that far out now either. I'll probably stick around for that if it's imminent as well. Almost seems rude not to. Little bit of a wheelie. Nice little cut across shot there with the British Airways special livery. I'm torn between which way to point the camera. Sorry folks. I think this offers the better shot though. Oh, the tiddler alert. Looks quite serene, doesn't it? But if this was Formula 1, you'd be saying the lights need to turn green. Well, I can't bear much more suspense. There we go. Okay folks, I reckon that brings us more or less to the finish of the show. I'm just going to check there's nothing inbound imminent. Do you know what? I'm going to stick around for a little bit longer. Please do join me. We have a EasyJet, not EasyJet, my glasses need cleaning, a Jet 2 737 all the way from Grenoble. So no doubt some returning ski trippers. Arriving in a minute, and on its heels we also have the Geneva Chewy flight that was due in just before 12. So with your agreement and support, I'll stick around for both of those and then we will wrap the stream up. As I said earlier, I've got to go and get myself a bacon roll. Keith, no worries mate, been great to have you. Stay in touch and look forward to seeing you next time out. I know I've said it a few times during the morning because obviously people come and go from the stream, but next stream will be a midweeker from Edinburgh this week. we'll pop out a community post, and probably Wednesday or Thursday is where I've got the pencil hovering at the minute. See what the weather forecast does for us. I have visual on the Jet 2 incomer from Grenoble. I won't train the camera just yet. It'll just be a haze. Only 2 more likes for the 100, so we're on the cusp, folks. Thanks, Ken. You said it better than I said it. Right, so let's get the camera into action. Lovely as the tower is. It's still not offering an easy shot. Now he's making me work for it. Still a bit of a UFO at the minute. Fantastic news, we got the 100 likes. Thank you, Ken, Alistair, Ground Racing, everybody. I'm just reading the names I can see on the screen at the minute. Absolutely buzzing. Thank you, folks, for your kind support. Seems a nice way to be able to wrap up. A couple of arrivals in quick order. 100 likes on the clock. Hopefully everybody's enjoyed the show. When you film from a regional airport, certainly the quieter ones, traffic can be a little bit hitty-missy. But I kind of figured when I put the show on today there'd be enough action to go around, and I think there has. Obviously Edinburgh will offer a bigger tempo, increased tempo on traffic. So as I say, please do join us. Coming along. I'm guessing all those skis he's got checked in the hold. And the final plane of the show is a little twinkle on the horizon. So I would suggest probably about 3 minutes out. Looks like the breeze has picked up slightly. Doesn't feel it here, mind. Got the feeling we've got another tiddler on the way out. Or is that a helicopter? Either which way, a last minute flurry of activity, I think. So there she is, the last plane of the show. And that, my friends, brings the last action of the show to a close. Thank you so much for the kind support I've enjoyed throughout the show. Genuinely touched, and I really look forward to seeing you guys and girls out next time when we're at Edinburgh. So have a great weekend. Hope you're doing something nice this afternoon. Do take care, and see you next time out. Bye.